All right, hello everybody. Uh, Excuse me for a second. Seem to have some technical issues with the screen. Oh, okay, it's because I reconnected my monitor the other day. Hello everybody. Welcome. So today, easily we have like the worst stream contender to date. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I couldn't sleep tonight. Because here's the situation, right? I thought to myself, oh, I'm gonna publish the new video, and then I'm gonna go to sleep, and then I'm gonna wake up, and I'm gonna have a nice little stream. But I couldn't sleep because I was, so excited about the video. So I caught like 1 hour of sleep, and I'm here. So we'll see how it goes. Definitely not gonna be a 7 hour live stream. But yeah, hello everybody once again. Welcome to anybody who's new to the live streams. And today we're continuing making the UI, right? So last time we famously spent like 2 hours trying to draw a polygon on the screen, and then it turned out that Bevy already has an implementation for that. That was the highlight of the previous live stream. But when I was gone, I made some little transitions for the button. So as you can see now, when I change the focus, there's this little ripple that actually animates between the buttons, right? And I can press them, and there's a little animation for that as well. And generally, I rewrote every other instance where we use Bevy's UI to use Velo. So this version right here is currently being rendered using Velo as well. And you cannot see that, but there is an FPS counter in the top right. That is also Velo now. And I got rid of all of the features from Bevy that we're not currently using. So the UI is no longer here. Is there anything else I've done? Probably, but I don't remember what exactly. Yeah, but the cool thing about drawing things using Velo is that it does kind of function like an immediate mode thingy. So like we have the system for drawing the frame right now, and instead of like adding any sort of entities and stuff like that, I just draw the text directly onto the scene, right? I take the size of the canvas, and I'm like, put it, 20 pixels from the right, 20 pixels from the bottom, and use that as a matrix, and that's it, right? And the text is over there. No need for like additional entities. Also here from the new video, great to see the rewrite is going well. Thank you very much and welcome. Oh, I did some extracting of like colors as well into our palette, which we made last time. So now things like terrain and the camera background are also here in the palette, right? So if we wanted to go to the palette here, maybe change the background color to something much worse like this, right? We can do that. And I did something that I should have done much sooner, which is I'm now reusing materials for the terrain. So if you go to the color material, this is the terrain material, and as you can see, there are only 3 of them. This is the default, this is the damage, and this is the terrain. Because previously every single piece of terrain would like create its own material for literally no reason. Dagger, thank you so much for tier 1 sub. Card some time ago made a POC with Velo that redraws scene only when component data changes. Don't know if you saw that. Yeah, I did. He joined the live stream last time, and we talked about this for like a little while. I mean, really quickly. It's a bit of a different use case that he had for that. Like, I do want to redraw the scene every single time because there is really no benefit in caching it. From my perspective, since I'm using it to draw like the overlay UI, right? And he was using it to like draw the chess pieces once and then like reuse them on the board. I have a quick question related to motion canvas. Why is the camera documentation missing from the website? It's here in the GitHub repo because the version was not released yet containing the camera. It will hopefully be released next week, and the documentation is going to be there. White Top Hat, hello. Pog Astortion stream, I gotta know, are you gonna put in secrets? Secrets in Metroidvanias are in a uniquely sick position to have the most bullshit, insane plot twist secrets. I don't know. I mean, definitely there are gonna be secrets. That's for sure. I even wanted to put some in the playtest, but I couldn't do that in time. I just came over from the last YouTube video. How did I not know you streamed? Because I didn't really advertise that too much, besides from, you know, the second channel. Okay, I also extracted the UI from, you know, just one to-do. That was a bit generic to sort of a list of things that I would like to take care of. Just first of all, we need to make the settings UI take care of like view transitions. So a view in my current implementation is like a bunch of controls bundled together. So like the main menu is a view, and then the settings view, you know, is also a view. And the idea is that once you transition out from the menu, the entire view becomes unresponsive, right? So you can no longer interact with it. Viewport scaling mostly works because I fixed that. So if I cannot show you that on a live stream, but if I were to switch to like 4K, all of the like versions and frame rates would be displayed correctly. Better easing for some of the transitions. That's also something for the future, I guess. And then input hint with animations, which is something that I really, really, really want. But again, definitely not a priority. Like the dog behind the scenes in Silent Hill. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm a poser when it comes to being a gamer, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. But I think I get the idea. Amazing job on the devlog. I really love the old version of Astortion, but everything feels much more purposeful now. Thank you very much. So input hints, right, are those little things, like press A, or like press Y, or press LB. And I want them to have like the same ripple thingy. When like you press them, they do this thing wherever they are, because that would be fun to do. And yeah, if you saw the most recent video, we have a new logo for Astortion. The previous one was kind of rough, I'm gonna be honest. I drafted it really quickly back then because I remember, this is kind of funny, I got an email, and I'm not making this up, from somebody saying that they really dig the game and they would like to like wishlist it, but they don't really care about devlogs, right? So if I could make a Steam page so that they can wishlist it so they get reminded when it releases and they don't have to follow the devlogs, that would be awesome. And this was like the main reason I even made a Steam page. So the whole branding was really quickly made with no effort put into it. Trash Tag, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello, I'm new here. Can you tell in short how you make this very smooth movement on slopes, or how in general movement works? Well, it's like I assume you mean like when you say slopes, you mean like the walkable walls, so the white ones, like the one here, right? Because here on the slope, if I try to run up the slope, I'm just gonna slide back down, and there's nothing that much I can do. So it is a custom character controller, like physics based, and I may make a video about it, but it is a bit complicated to go over. But generally, the way this wall works is that it's a spline, and then I find the closest position on that spline, and I use the tangent of the spline to use it as the new direction of gravity, right? And the player controller from there sort of figures out how to walk up this slope. The sharper shapes compared to the pixelated gameplay look so sexy together. What? Oh well, in Silent Hill 2, a horror game, and if you do a random... I mean, I know what Silent Hill 2 is, and if you do a random set of actions while playing the game, you can unlock an alternate ending, where instead of the serious life lesson in the end, you instead find a secret room behind a bookcase. You find a dog with a whole studio control setup who is masterminding the whole nightmare thing. I can't remember exactly which game it takes place in, but that's fine. Oh, I see. This really I don't know how to put that. Canonically significant Easter egg. I was playing a playtest and didn't quite understand the final genre of the game. Is it a precision platformer or is it more of a puzzle platformer? It's more of a puzzle platformer, but the playtest, the first playtest focuses on platforming. That's why it kind of feels like precision platformer, because all you do is just platforming. But in the final game, it's gonna be more balanced with like puzzles and platforming. We'll have to work on my geometry dash fun game with a stream in the background. Good luck with that. Just so out of left field, that is so funny and so stupid. The dog in Silent Hill, yeah, it does sound like that. Okay, anyway, let's get started. So try to do something today. What do I have here in the stage? Oh yeah, so I added a scaling factor to the scene so that I can support the 4K resolution and stuff like that. Okay, some scaling for the viewport, and then the to-do. Okay. Okay, so first, before we can like do view transitions, we kind of need a settings UI so that we have another view to transition to. So let me show you the interface, the current interface design, because I think we were using sort of an immediate mode type of thing. No, wait, hold on. That's not true. We are already spawning the entities during the last live stream. But I do have this one little system now called the draw UI. And so it just takes one giant system parameter
which is draw context. And this is where we tell you the buttons, the tabs, the surfaces, the text, and whatever. And then we just have we do a little recursion, which I believe previously I was using not a queue, but a stack to do like a depth first traversal. Now we just use recursion. And the reason is because some things that we draw, I want to use them to clip other things. So I'm returning true here when we're drawing a surface so that I know I need to pop a layer. And then, so, we draw the surface, we draw the children, and then we pop the layer to sort of disable clipping, right? So this could like enable clipping of a rectangle, then we draw the children only within that rectangle, and then we stop clipping. Should this be like a dynamic dispatch thing? Probably, maybe, I don't know. But for now, we're just using a query, and then, a buttons query has just a little draw function. And this is kind of fun because, if we need any resources, we can just add them to the system parameter and access them directly in this draw function. So we don't really need to, update anything here. And the same goes for other things. So the idea is for the settings menu, that's gonna be a rectangle, right? So like a little surface, and then these are gonna be tabs. And we probably won't do any control rendering just yet. I mean, I guess we can do like text for now, but for now let's just excuse me, let's just try to get the general shape of this. Hold on, how are you liking Bevy over Unity? I love it. I don't think it's a surprise, to be honest. Hey, I just saw the new video dropped and wanted to check out the stream. Hello, welcome. Been really inspired playing Animal Well this past week. Glad I found your second channel so I can scratch my GameDev itch vicariously without quitting my day job. Cheers. I got Animal Well recommended to me like literally yesterday. Under my own game, because there's like this little section that like games similar to this, and I saw it and I was like, oh, I've never seen this game, because it's like it released like a week ago, right, or something like that. I need to check it out. So we have a big bad at the end of the game. Lets you do some silly random thing to get a reveal that he's just 3 raccoons in a trench coat. It's an interesting idea. Okay, so we're gonna wanna probably make a new system for that. It's gonna be spawn menu UI for now, and then we're just gonna do all spawn settings UI. Okay, we can probably steal most of it, see where it takes us. So this is no longer a main menu, this is gonna be settings. The settings are meant to be in the center, which is probably a default, isn't it? What's the default for anchor? Yeah, it is. Oh, but I guess we can make it specific. Okay, and now we're gonna wanna spawn tabs, which we don't have. I don't think so. Let's make this really quick. Okay, tab. We probably, do we have like a ripple? Probably not. Not for a tab. We don't need any of this. Maybe, although we can leave mask spring in here just for like the transition animation if we end up having any, which we will. There is gonna be a transition animation. Oh, and it's gonna be so difficult to make now as I think of it. Because we need to find a way to transition from this to this, which I guess this will have to grow. That's not a problem because this can grow, but then we need to like change the coronary radius into like this thing. Oh man. See, usually in this case you would get angry at the UI designer, but I'm the UI designer, so there is that. Okay, tab bundle. Variant focused. Focused? Do we need focused? I don't think so. I'm gonna leave it out. Size and name, okay. Okay, last question before I get back to work. What language is that? I can tell I'm really new to coding. I'm learning Python. Is that good, bad? And if you ever want to stream something else, maybe you teach. This is Rust. I don't know what's good and bad. I'm not competent enough to like answer that question. Couldn't you make the extra darkened space one thing that moves left to right? I don't think it would look nice. We could do that, right? Like this. Just move these points over here. We can actually... I keep pressing tab to like exit edit mode like it's Blender or something. Let's see. Yeah, no, I'm not a huge fan of that. I would rather have them somehow morph from one into the other. I feel like if it's scaling like this, it's gonna look good and then like nicely merging. We'll just have to like make it look nice when it does the rounded corner here. I played Braid Anniversary Edition and I realized that I'm too dumb for such games. I understand that the levels themselves are still far away, but how difficult will your game be? Casual difficulty, Portal 2 level of difficulty, so not really difficult as far as puzzle games go. At least that's what I'm aiming for. The font should also be bigger with a square function for smoothness. I'm not sure what you're talking about, or in what context you're saying this. Hello, I'm here after watching your recent video. I'm curious about your Bevy plus Blender setup. care to speak up about it? Speak up. Either that's an interesting use of the phrase speak up. Can you use it this way? Because it feels like speak up would be, you know, like defend something. I cannot actually. I'm gonna make another video about that. We did work on it on the live stream, but it would probably be really difficult to find, you know, the specific live streams. But there's gonna be a full video going into like the details of it. But the general idea is that there is a headless Blender process running in the background, and my asset processor communicates with it using Python. And so when Bevy detects the change in the blend file, it opens it in the headless Blender, re-exports it as GLTF, turns that into a separate world. There's a bunch of systems that can be registered on that world that only run during the processing. And then the result of that is saved as a normal Bevy scene, which is then normally loaded in Bevy. Okay, tab bundle from position size name. Okay, that's cool. Update button is it necessary? Let's see. So we have the press events. We don't care about that. There are no press events on tabs, at least not for now. Yeah, making it interoperable with a mouse is gonna be annoying, but we can leave it out for now. These are tabs. Yeah, and then we wanted the mass spring. Yeah, we do want that. Maybe we could make this generic eventually. So we basically check, is this the currently focused element? Because there can only be one focused element at the time. And if so, we set the spring to 1 or 0. And the spring is, yeah, I haven't talked about this. I made a little spring implementation, which is basically like a timer. Somebody's gonna be, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody would be like, actually there's a thing for that in Bevy. But it's basically, you know, a little spring. You set the target, you get the current value, and then you tick it every frame to sort of do a little spring animation. This one is really simple. I will eventually look into the system that Tessellator has a great video about, which uses more than just damping and stiffness for like more complex integration that can sort of like predict the movement and react differently to that. It's an amazing video, by the way, if you haven't seen it. But it's like basically taking a spring and getting it to a next level. Right, it's this video, giving personality to procedural animations using math by Tessellator. Amazing video. Interesting, is the automatic export script public? No, not yet at least. I'm trying to not release the tooling for the game, because if I do, like it's a really easy trap to fall into, because then you start focusing on the tools again instead of making the game. You know what I'm saying? Because then you sort of try to make it, you know, generic so that people can use it and stuff like that. Just use Rapier for all your buttons. Yeah, I don't think it's that type of spring. After the game is done, you can release the tools. It will give you something to do. Yeah, after the game is done, definitely. That's for sure. Although it's gonna depend on how, like, what the state of the ecosystem is, because I wouldn't be surprised if somebody's gonna beat me to it by that point. Especially after I release the video describing the system in detail. Which would be okay, right? It's not like I would mind that. I'm just saying that maybe I'm not gonna need to release it. Okay, update buttons. We update the spring. This gives us a nice little animation. And we don't need to update ripples because again, there's gonna be no ripples for the tab. Yeah, all of this does not exist. And all of this is also not necessary because that's only for buttons. Yeah, so really all we need is this little tab. This little tab, okay, this doesn't make sense actually, now as I think of it, because a tab, it cannot be focused. If you think about this, the tab is just like active, but something else is focused. Like here, this volume is currently being focused, not the tab. So that's not gonna work this way. We will probably need to add something to that bundle, like active, right? Which we actually do. I guess we can reuse the active components from other gameplay elements. Nobody's gonna mind. Yeah, and then let's just take a reference to it. Can I dereference it? Yeah, I can. Okay. So now this is just gonna be this. If we are active, that's 1. If we're not active, that's 0. And then we just need to set the active component to something. Are you using any third-party plugins? Yes, I'm using Rapier for the physics and Velo for the UI rendering, although Velo is not a plugin for Bevy, it's just a crate in Rust. So these are the two main crates that I use for at runtime. What else do we have here? I do use Spade for triangulation of the splines. I use Hotlib Reloader for the hot reloading, GLTF for parsing GLTF. Yeah, but other than that, I don't think. I don't think there's anything else. I guess my dev tools use Bevy Inspector EGUI, which is a really cool little thingy that allows you to inspect the world. And there is a Velo integration for Bevy. Yeah, we talked about this last time. I have my reasons for not using it. Hey, is the tool you're using to design the visuals of the menu just a vector drawing program? It sure is. It's Affinity Designer too. It's kind of like Adobe Illustrator, but in my personal opinion, a bit better. Though it probably depends on your use case.
Okay, we are spawning the settings. As you can see, they look exactly the same because it's the same code. What do we need here? We need some gameplay. What else is there? Video probably, and then audio. And then controls. If I could spell. Okay, something is missing though here. Oh, okay, hold on. I overwrote this. This will be controls. UR audio. If I could rename you actually. Okay, thank you very much. Video and gameplay. Okay, we then will need some not vertical chain, but a horizontal one. No, we actually won't because there is no navigation. The ripple is not going to be necessary. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, that's the wrong function. Navigation is not necessary. Instead of gameplay, we have controls. And the ripple can go away as well. This is tab bundle, if you will. What do you mean there is no tab bundle? How is that possible? It's like right here. Am I not exporting it? Probably. Okay, now we have the tab bundle, and that's gonna require a restart for sure. Also, this is not necessary. Oh wait, I can't do that because it's... let's go back to this. Because the lines were formatted differently. Yeah, there we go. And much cheaper, right? Affinity Designer, yeah, it's like it's a one-time thing. It's not a subscription-based service. You just buy the software, if you can imagine. Yeah, we're probably gonna need some overarching component for the tabs that will like hold them together. Okay, so right now we don't have anything on the screen because the tabs are here, but they have no rendering function as of right now. So let's try to take care of that.
Okay, I'm gonna go here. We're gonna take a look at this, see what we exactly need from the tab. I'm just gonna copy all of that for now. The tab is here, okay. Okay, so there's no ripple time, not for now at least. There's no ripple color. This could be called a tab. Okay, and now we need the transform size and name, okay. Just like that. No, not just like that, because that's a tuple. Like this, okay. Let's import all of these extensions. Oh, and the button comes from what? Oh, there's no button here. Let's take our reference to tab instead. Let's call it a button for now, I guess, and then rename it to a tab. And then the scene is actually used, okay. Let's see. To import all of the things. So do we need this? So I love how this is called a circle, but it's actually a regular polygon. No, I don't think we need all of this, because that's just this is just like the little mask inside when we are hovering over it. So this shouldn't be necessary. For now, let's just render a rectangle with a text and get a reference to a palette. Okay, lastly, this little function. This should give us something on the screen. Assuming that it actually compiles, which it doesn't. This is the problem, there's no lifetime, okay. Well, that's an interesting problem. No, what's the problem? I don't get it. Oh, this is a comma. Okay, I'm silly. It's like a list of things. Okay, we're still not getting anything. We've got a dangling with button. Ooh. Good point. Also, it's not necessary because we're using it. What are you building right now? I'm building a 2D puzzle platformer
called Astortion. You can actually, if you're interested, you can Google up reimagining Astortion on YouTube. It's a video that's really short and concise and describes what the game is. Okay, we got the audio. The question is why only audio? Where's the rest? So is audio like the lowest one? No, we're just not seeing anything else. Curious. But there's like literally no difference between them, is there? Audio, video, gameplay, controls. I guess audio is the first one in the list. Let's see if this like affects it. Right, so now it should become what? A video? Yeah, okay, it is video. That's weird. Are you only rendering the focused one? No, because they're not focused. Oh no, well, hold on, audio is getting focused, but it's not clearly, it's the video is now being, so that's not it. Let's see, maybe there's something with the way we draw children, but I don't think so. Can I edit this? That's the question, because the inspector doesn't really like me hot reloading stuff with the UI. Okay, so the video has, where is it? 320 minus 330, and then the audio has 320 minus 420. So oh, hold on, there is something happening. Okay, I see the problem. We have some like, we push some clip layer. Okay, here it is. We push a clip layer and then we never let go of it. I just tuned in for the first time. What kind of game are you making? I'm making a 2D puzzle platformer. And we are currently working on the UI. Okay, so here are the tabs. Now we just need to like position them in reference to the center, which is somewhere. This is a nice little gradient. Wait, how is this created? We use the center as the position, right? No, I'm assuming the top left, and then I'm adding the size, which is, I guess, is better. So yeah, we just need to get this, which is what? 510, 320. Okay. So we're gonna start at 510. Okay, and the size is what? 240 by 60. And then we're just gonna move the cursor to the right instead with, I believe, 10 pixels, right? Yeah. Okay, that should get us somewhere. Okay, it got us somewhere, just not there. He has one video. I have more than one video, I think. Has there been any pain points in Bevy coming from Unity? Curious. No, not really. I don't think it's necessarily comparable given how different the workflow is. I guess I could use the default, like, yeah, compilation times could be faster, but that's like always the case. And I've heard people complaining about Unity's compilation times as well, so like, you know, that's something that you can always say, right? Okay, what is wrong? I need to, hold on, I need to consider all of this. Because the explanation is probably really simple. No, don't crash on me. The view, which is updated right here, I need to figure out where the view is ending up being. So the view is at the center of the screen. Yeah, so that's perfect. And then we go to the left. And then we should go up, and that should work. We go to the left. Oh, and then we should go up, which is minus. Okay. Hold on, let's reorder them. Are they? Oh no, they are ordered correctly. Okay. And they go in the wrong direction. Oh, because I'm subtracting it. Okay. So the gameplay is in the correct position, but all of the other ones go to the left. Okay, so here they are, placed correctly now. Now we're gonna have to make a surface for them below here, and then figure out the transition. But maybe we can, before we move on to that, maybe we can figure out like moving between tabs and stuff. How long have you been programming in Raspberry for now? How good do you think is your grasp on lifetimes? Practically non-existent. I've been programming for like
3 months now. Yeah, maybe not, a little less than 3 months. I haven't read the book yet. I'm generally like looking at the source code of Bevy and being like, oh, okay, so that's how you do something, and then I'm doing stuff because that's how I generally learn. But if you were to quiz me from like the Rust knowledge, I wouldn't be too good at it. I'm seeing how far I can go before I need to actually go and read the book. No, I'm kidding. I will eventually read the book. I just haven't had the time yet. I go for sleep. Have a nice day, everyone. Have a great sleep. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, was I talking about tabs? We need a tab group, probably something like that. Could be useful. So yeah, let's close the game for now. Question is if we want to make it like a part of the scene graph, or do we want to just do separate tabs here? I guess we could make it a part of the scene graph. Yeah, let's go in that direction. And just assume that the children are gonna be the tabs and not worry about anything else. So, but yeah, the tab group will still need the current tab. Maybe let's say tab. It's gonna be an entity. Okay, and then our system, I guess, for updating the tab group. We're gonna need the tab group, and then we're gonna need the children, right? We're gonna get a separate query with just tabs. That's probably gonna have to be mutable because we're gonna be mutating the active component with tabs. Okay. So now we're gonna iterate over that. And we probably, hold on, what are you? What are my type hints? That's a tab. What's your problem? Oh, you're not even a component, okay. Expected function tuple struct or tuple variant found struct.
Oh, okay, that's not correct. So now we're gonna check. So this will also need to be mutable, not because we're gonna mutate it, but because we need to see if it changed. If we can do that. So we need some change detection going is changed. So we don't really need to do that if it didn't. Let's just continue, if that's the case. Would you rely on the children being the order you want to toggle between, or will it use the navigation thing? That's a good question. We'll see. We'll see once we get there. You use Rapier 2D, right? How do you manage intersection events between colliders? I just can't get two sensors to generate an event for some reason. So you may want to look into, hold on, because I think I had a similar problem. Player controller, spawn player, active collision types. And you probably need static to static if you want, like depending on whether your sensors are moving or not. Because I had an issue because my player was kinematic and it wasn't registering collisions with like static sensors. So adding this to the player fixed it. Maybe that's your issue. Do you have any favorite food? Interesting question. I don't actually. I'm the type of person that like eats anything. So you cannot have favorite food. I refuse to believe that, because it's like it depends on the mood and like what you want to eat. Like obviously when it comes to sweets, you're gonna have a different favorite food than like something not sweet, whatever the name for that is. There's a more idiomatic way, add change to the end of the query. Oh, you're right. Yeah, you are so right about this. Then it's not gonna think that we're mutating this. Much better. Thank you for that. So do you not have a craving for a single type of food most of the time? No. I don't have cravings. I'm not human, actually. Oh, what is your problem? Oh wait, it's a filter, right? So we don't even need any of that. So I guess we will need a little OR in here. So if children changed, we also probably want to run this. Maybe. What is the issue here? I'm missing something, am I not? Yeah, closing bracket. Okay, so now children, we also need entity here. Okay, now we just iterate for every child. And then we do active is equal to group dot tab is equal to entity. Well, that's way too many equals. Oh wait, that's too fast actually. We don't need entity. That would be too easy for entity. There's probably a thing for that, right? What do we want to do? We want to map, we want to filter map the entity, and then we're gonna tabs that get entity, and then okay. Am I writing code? Is this code? Almost. Oh, the reference. Okay, and this is gonna be get mutable, and then we can immediately do this. Man, almost, but we still need entity. I guess we can do this. Nobody needs to know that we already had the entity, but lost it in the process. Ooh, okay, we cannot do that. Well, that's a bummer. Unless there is a way to do that, and I just don't know how. But that's okay. If let okay. Okay, this should not have taken me this long to write. Can I do this? Is that a thing that I can do? Yeah, okay. All right, so really simple, right? We iterate over every group, check the children, set the active for whatever is the current entity. Do that only if something changed. Can keep that in post update because that's mostly for visuals. Although update tab needs to happen after this in a chain, if I could spell that. Because update tab is then gonna take a look at the active component. So you want to update it first and then make sure that it's immediately get updated in the same frame. Just watch your devlog, looks good. Thank you very much, appreciate it. Okay guys, but it's been an hour, so I will be taking a quick 6 minutes break, and I'll see you.
Okay, almost on time, almost. So making myself a cup of tea, which took longer than I expected. Okay, we are updating the tabs. I've been thinking, I think it's gonna be better if we store the index into the child array instead of the entity, because here's the thing, it's not gonna matter here, but once you write a system that's like update tab navigation, right, we're gonna need to like increment decrement the index. So I think it would be better in this case. Although, you know what, let's leave it as an entity for now, because mouse support is gonna overcomplicate it anyway. So there may be no good reason for changing it. Okay, so to update navigation, we will need some input resource with our input state. And then we're gonna need some query with our tabs. For our tab groups and children as well. Okay, and then okay, I'm thinking about how to do that. I guess we could do two separate loops, because we can either have like an if statement. Here's what we need to do, right? We need to do input navigation right. If that's pressed, we want to do something. We want to iterate over every single tab and or every single group and update it. And then we want to do the same if the left is pressed, obviously. And we can make it like this and have the loops duplicated here, or we could make this check each time inside of the loop. I don't really know which one would be better, to be honest. Let's see how the loop is gonna look like. How would we even do that? We need to, I guess we need to can we get the iterator and then take while? Technically we could, right? We could take while. The brute force way would be just to get the index of it, right? Can I find index? Is it possible? I guess I can enumerate and then I can find. I wonder if there's a better way to do that though. Right, this is basically what I want. And what's your problem? Oh, okay. just for now. I just wanna see if it even works. Yeah, that's the tuple. That position, I think, works on an iterator instead of find. Oh, okay. What are you? Searches for an element in an iterator returning its index. Okay. Okay. That's a silly name though, isn't it? I'm kidding, it probably makes sense. This is probably like, I don't know, mathematical nomenclature or something. Okay, so instead of that, we can do a unwrap or default. So that's just gonna be 0. Okay, I'm close. That's almost it. Before we unwrap, we're gonna map this. And we're gonna do our I plus 1 modulo children.length, and then unwrap our default, and then this is gonna be next index. Does this make sense? Next index, we find the current index, we increment it by 1 modulo so that we don't overflow, otherwise we go to 0. That's the next index. And then group dot tab is equal to children dot iterator. And now I need to like take use the first n elements or fewer if the underlying iterator ends sooner. And we just unwrap this because we know that it's gonna be correct. No, wait. What do you return? Oh wait, that's not take, that's like skip. Skip next index. And you return what? You return another iterator. So then I just do next, and then I do unwrap. Maybe. Okay, and the reference all of this. Ooh, hold on. Use env instead. Okay, awesome. You can do env too. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for that. Yeah, so this would achieve what we want to achieve, although this is technically not optimal, right? Because we're iterating twice. We could be iterating only once, but who cares? Okay, so then the same thing for left would basically be minus, and then unwrap or children length -1. And I can safely assume that if children exists, it has children, right? I don't think Bevy doesn't add a component if there is no children.
you probably want I.saturating subtraction -1 to not underflow the usize. Would that make with modulo? Because if we do saturating subtraction, what does it do? Isn't saturating just like clamping? So it's just gonna stay at 0 forever? It's wrapping versions. Wrapping, yeah, but like the question is, if we wrap to like, because we're gonna wrap to the maximum usize, and then if we take a modulo of children length, it's probably not gonna be the same as going one back, right? So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do this. Just gonna do this and maybe can make a little variable for that. Okay, this should update the tab navigation. And that should be part of the chain, because we want to update the navigation, then update the group, and then update the tab. Okay, and that should be it. On this side, we can now add this to spawn settings UI. Okay, we're gonna need a bundle for that though. Tab group bundle. Because we do need a variant here in order for the rendering to work. So it's gonna be element variant. Then we're gonna wanna define a tab group variant in here. Okay, groups, spatial, and variant. I think that's all we need. And then let's implement some default. Oh, okay, hold on. We cannot really do that. I'm gonna need a new tab entity. Yeah, like this. It's awesome because we don't want to allow for like no tab being selected at all. That's probably public.
tab group bundle, new. Gonna do it here. And then the default tab is gonna be gameplay. We don't need a spatial bundle anymore. Okay, and then we push the children here. We push the tab here. Can I spawn children immediately? No. Let me think if this makes sense. Yeah, I think so. Oh wait, you might be able to, I missed this message, you might be able to do this with another query and then query the children with entity parent tab group. Not entirely sure what you're trying to do, but parent is not a generic component. You can't pass a type to it, I think. So there is no, entity relations, not yet at least. Okay, hold on, something failed. Oh, okay. So for a group, we just don't do anything. I guess we can just have a catch all in here. It's just false. Okay, apologies for T noises. Sadly, my microphone is connected to the desk, so I don't know how loud the T steering is. Okay, nothing changed, just like we like it. And now we can probably do something here, right? We can actually check in the inspector just for now, see what's gonna happen. So we have the tab group in here, which is not registered. Okay, hold on. Let's fix that really quick, because it would be useful. What do you mean it's not registered? It's right here. I've been lied to. Oh no, it's worse. Hold on. We didn't register the entire plugin. Well, that's good to know. Okay, and then we're just gonna wanna change the, well, maybe not color. What are we doing here? We're doing a little, oh, we do change the color of the text, and we do a little italics action. Why are you getting so many warnings? Or are those underlines some kind of preference you have set up? You mean this? Like here in the console? Or do you mean the underline like here? Yes, there, I don't, I'm not sure which one you're referring to, because there's a delay on the stream. You need to tell me, do you need in the code or in the console? And then I'll answer you. Simply player. No, that's a thing that just happens. It's not a warning. It's a style. He missed the yellow underlines in the code, but there is no yellow underlines. These underlines that are the color of the token, but that's just the style. The squiggly lines. These are in the console. They said in code. They said scene clip layer, for instance, which is this. So this is just the style. This is not a highlight. I think it's mutable things that get underlined in the code by default. Yeah, that could explain it. Because scene is mutable and an entity is not. It's a good theory. But that's just the default behavior of VS Code. I didn't set up anything. Okay, let us see now what we're dealing with. We have the gameplay. Now I'm gonna... Okay, it doesn't work. Because I'm pressing buttons and nothing is happening. Okay, let's do some traditional debugging practice in here. Oh wait, I cannot hot reload that portion. So I don't think it's gonna work anyway. Yeah, we need to restart regardless. Oh, also the gameplay is skewed, if you can tell on the live stream. It is using an italics font. Okay, so that's just not getting logged like at all. What is navigation? Maybe let's see. I don't know. Maybe something's... No, it is both WASD and arrow up and right and down. Okay, let's just see if the system even runs. Oh, let's run this without hot reload for a second, because maybe it's hot reload messing something up with the type IDs. That does happen sometimes. We're gonna see. I'm gonna take a sip of my tea in the meanwhile. Okay, no, so write is logged because I set it up this way. Okay, let's try to debug this then, see what's gonna happen. Or maybe let's not stop here. Let's try stopping in here. Yeah, it's just not happening. Let me see. Gamepad? No. Weird, but the menu is working, so that's kind of... It's kind of questionable. Oh my god. This has to be fixed update, because my input is currently running in fixed update. That should be it. How's Bevy working out compared to Unity? I like it more personally, mostly because it's code driven, and I just seem to gravitate towards solutions like that. Yeah, now there is a left being debugged here. I will probably eventually like make a video, you know, comparing the two from my personal experience and like think about it, right? Thoroughly. Okay, let's go back to the hot version. Coding the game versus doing shenanigans with Unity UI. I can get that. Yeah, that is true. That is like my number one issue with Unity, I guess. It's just too fun to make custom tools in the UI, because the editor API is really fun with like C# reflection and stuff. But then again, it's really a matter of self-discipline, isn't it? Like if you can really stay on track, you can be productive in Unity. This is more like a me problem, right? Because that's something I got a lot under my video announcing that I leave Unity. Is people sort of thinking that the problems I described there, that I thought that these problems were caused by Unity and that like switching away from Unity is gonna magically fix them, which is very much not the case, right? That's just something that one needs to work on individually. Okay, so something is changing, it's just not changing the way we want it to change. Because the hue changes, but maybe let's make it so that, hold on. Let's make it so that the color changes so that we can see it properly, maybe. Okay, text active. Okay, so this is called text active because it's displayed on the surface active, but it doesn't really mean that the text is active. I guess this is a text focused. If I could spell that. Yeah, then text focus is just gonna be completely white. Okay, and then in here, where do we draw the text? Right here. Just gonna do a little. Just gonna do a little lerping, and I don't think there is a way to like lerp or interpolate a color. So maybe let's make a function for that, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be using it often. Do I have color extensions? I do. Let's do lerp. Is that how it's called? Hold on. If I do like vector2. So just to sort of stay on track. Yeah, it is called lerp, and it takes self and then towards and then the F32 as the time. Are you using the default hotkeys for Visual Studio Code, or did you customize it? I did customize it a little bit. Although I'm mostly using the default like navigation keys. So like, you know, home and page up, page down, control and arrows, stuff like that for movement. But I did change some for like duplicating lines, stuff like that. Oh wait, I'm lost now. Where's the color extensions? Here. So we want to lerp to color, or I guess right hand side, right, would be the. And then what's the other name? Just to stay just to stick to the same naming convention. It's S. And that's gonna be color. Okay, what is your problem? I think it's an old error. Yeah, okay. So now we can do self times 1 minus S plus self times S. Because colors do have multiplication, I think, and this is right hand side, and you also need a reference to self, I guess. Okay, and then we dereference this. And we need to have the same signature, I guess. Understandably so. Okay, so that should be a little easier to do now, because we can do lerp self.palette.text focus, and the S is gonna be the spring. Okay, that should do something. Is it compiling? It seems to be. Do you want to try out Vim? No, I'll be switching to Helix actually. What's up, guys? What are we coding? Yeah, but this is like a really common thing. It happens like every other stream. Somebody asks about that. I'm learning how to use a keyboard because I'm currently a really slow typer, and I'm using the keyboard wrong when it comes to like finger placement and stuff, and it's really difficult for me to use like a model you know, layout. Okay, is the game started? It is, and everything is white, so that's a problem. Why is that? Let's see what's wrong with the spring here. We are in the video, okay. Yeah, and now it's 0.
We're gonna need to make it settle, because currently like it's gonna oscillate forever. Yeah, it's 1 and then it's 0, it's 1 and then it's 0, okay. And that's it. Text background, text focused. Is there something wrong with the lerping? No, I don't think so. Is it losing the information about the alpha? It could be, right? Because when we declare focused, the hex is doing color hex, and then I'm assuming it's returning like RGB instead of RGBA. That would be my guess. And then once we do addition, multiplication definition looks like it wasn't multiplying alpha. Oh, okay. That's a good catch. We can multiply it. We could do, oh yeah, hold on. Can we cast this, not cast this, convert this into a vector? We can do RGBA to vector 4. And then lerp. Okay, let's try this one. It's gonna be easier. Because that's gonna just lerp all of the values. Just like I want, at least for now. And I can probably just into, right? Can I not? Oh, it probably wants to know the space, right? From array. Is there not from vector? That's gonna be crazy if there is no. Okay, there doesn't seem to be a function for that. Change of plans. Let's do it this way. Vector 4, 1 times s. Just gonna multiply it by a vector. Because that multiplies the alpha value. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. Now we can hopefully see on the live stream how. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just pressing right. Okay, no, hold on. There is a cycle. Okay, before we had the color, it looks random. There's a cycle, it's just that it's not correct, I guess. Is just the order wrong? Is it that simple? Where are the tabs? Here. So we go gameplay, video, audio controls. Gameplay, video, audio controls. Okay. Curious. Gameplay, video, audio controls. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we have some tabs. You know what? I guess we can spawn menu UI. Yeah, we can ignore that. Update views. Function update views is never used. What are you talking about? It's run right here. I guess Clippy is not using enabling the features that I have enabled. Yeah, what excuse me, what I was about to say is that we can commit these changes because they look good to me. Yeah, okay, so these are the only problems that we have, it seems. Just rerun Clippy in here just to make sure. Yeah, no, okay. It's new element, new tab. Just so that we don't end up with a metric ton of changes then, you know, at the end. We have some palettes. What's going on here? Okay, that's this. And then the tab rendering logic. Looking good, okay. I can continue. Okay, next step would be the container, which I don't think we have. We have a variant for that, right? A surface, that's how it's called. Yeah, but we don't have a actual implementation just yet. Okay, there is no navigation, none of this necessary, at least not for now. It doesn't need a spring. Oh wait, I need to add this as a module in here, and then probably would be nice to register it here so that we don't forget, as always. Okay, now I can refactor this. This is gonna be surface. Variant we still need. Active is not necessary. Size probably necessary. Name probably not necessary.
And then we only need these two. No name necessary as well. And the variant is surface. And all of this is not necessary. Okay. It's looking like something. Actually, this doesn't even have to be spawn hot. It's gonna be just spawn. Surface bundle. No, it's not. It's not exported. Is it? Yeah. What's your problem? Oh, position and size, yeah. That's true, that's true. So that's 560, 250. Maybe we can reuse the cursor. No, that would be an overkill, I think. No, let's not do that. Because we do technically end up like here. No, that would be silly. Let's just make it a new thing. That's gonna be negative as well. These are floats. And then the size is whatever that is. 1080, 580. What app is that for the UI wireframe? This is Affinity Designer. Highly recommended for like, you know, vector graphics and stuff. It's not specific for like UI design, it's just for vector graphics in general. Although it's not like I tried a lot. I think I used Adobe XD in the past. So I don't know. Maybe like Figma is much better. I wouldn't know because I've never tried it. Okay, the position and the size, that sounds good. And then we just need some good old rendering for our surface. Let's go here, steal all of this as always. And then go to the surface draw function. So we're not gonna pop anything. We're not gonna draw any text, that's not necessary. We will fill the rectangle with no mask. And we will need the palette as well. It's gonna be surface background, that's okay. Yeah, and the popping is gonna happen outside of it. So whatever we draw inside of it is gonna be nicely clipped by that thingy. Transform size. There is no name, there is no with button. There is with surface though. Okay, and the scene is in use now. Okay. We can test this out, and then maybe we're gonna insert some button inside of it just to see if it's gonna get clipped. Oh, look at that, here it is. Okay, so let's just try making our test button bundle in here. And we're gonna take the cursor. We're gonna add some vector to. Actually, we don't need to. I think we'll be able to just reposition it in the inspector. Okay, and then we're just gonna commands entity settings surface add child, I guess. If the inspector doesn't crash, that is, when we inspect it. It will. I don't know what's up with the inspector. It really doesn't like me reloading, hot reloading these things. Settings, here's the test. Oh, we can see it already actually in here. I can even kind of hover over it. Okay, so that works. We know that. We can see. This is being clipped. Also, we do this little thing, which I recommend. No matter what type of API you're using for this, because obviously, like Velo is really a really specific implementation, but the API is sort of the same as with other 2D rendering libraries, right? Like Skia or I don't know, the canvas rendering context in browsers. So like when I'm clipping it, I'm using the shape with rounded corners, but then when I fill the actual background, I'm using a normal rect. Because if you were to like reuse the same rounded corner rectangle here, it would end up having some like anti-aliasing problem at where the clipping is happening, because it wouldn't exactly match. But if you do this after clipping, you're gonna have a nice clean rounded corner. Anyway, now we can try actually doing the morphing and see how it goes. So we technically have all the ingredients. We just need to go to our tab, wherever it's being rendered. Okay, so this is gonna be the base rectangle. From center size, okay, hold on, we can actually probably, what are you? Your size. And size is just a vector, which we dereference here. So we can probably just lerp it to whatever we need. Hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Okay, let's dereference it first. Just so that I don't need to do that constantly. And then here we're gonna do size vector plus vector 2. So we don't want any x growth, but we do want, we can get rid of that. We do want the y to grow by 10 in both directions, so that's just gonna be 20. Although we may change it. Now as I think of it, this may not be the bestest of ideas. And let's get the spring in here. Okay, so we are growing, yeah, but we're gonna need to grow more at the bottom. So the rect with a center is not gonna help us too much. Is it a custom engine or some Rust based? It's Bevy. It's I'm pretty sure the most popular Rust game engine. Okay, how much would we need to grow it? The border radius is 8 pixels, so I guess we can safely do like 10 more, just so that it's like this. So this is no longer a problem. And we can try to do something about that, which I'm still not sure how to do it. Although I may have an idea. May just about be crazy enough to work. It depends on how precise Velo is when it comes to positioning, because you can tell that it's not really perfectly fitting this thingy here. Though it may be because, hold on. Oh, okay, it is because we are using a very weird ratio. If I switch to like full screen, it becomes perfect. Also, the mouse cursor is in the wrong position. The red circle, I mean. Yeah, so it's a problem here, but it's not a problem in full screen. But let's make sure that it's never a problem. Okay, but it's been 2 hours, so I'm gonna take a break yet again. And I'm gonna see you in 6 minutes. Very clean screen, love the animation. Thank you very much. This is a good design. I wonder, you also do web design and stuff? Not really. I used to be a full stack developer for like 4 years before becoming a YouTuber. But other than that, not much. Happy Tuesday to you specifically. Thank you very much. I love how you waited for me to come back from the break. Unlike the last time. I just checked out your VODs. You're making good content. Thank you very much. I learned from my mistake. Okay, what are we doing? We are growing the rectangle. So here's the thing. Hold on, before we move on. This could be possible to do if we do something like this, right? But I do wonder if Velo has like an arc2 kind of function when constructing a Bezier path. So let me just check this. See, because there is line 2, there is move 2, there's curve 2 and quad 2, but there's no arc 2. Okay, but it should be possible to describe a circle using a Bezier path. There's probably a formula for that. I think it's not mathematically possible to be like mathematically perfect, but something that's close. Using Bevy to build animator or something? No, I'm making a 2D puzzle platformer. And we're currently implementing a little menu using Velo, which is a crate for Rust for drawing 2D stuff. So we made the main menu and now we're sort of making this. I mean, you're good at picking colors also. Thanks. They are a bit dull and like, you know, monochromatic. But I do like that art style. Okay, so no, we cannot twin the size, sadly. Gonna have to do it differently. It's gonna be the base rectangle, and then we're gonna make our focus rect. Okay, can I grow a rect? Can I pad a rect? Can I do anything with a rect? Can do an union, intersect, normalize. Inset? Oh, hold on. Create a new rectangle with a constant inset. The inset is the extra border on all sides. A positive inset produces a large rectangle. Oh, but it's only a singular float. I would need exactly that, but for like 4 directions. I guess there is no function for that. But it shouldn't be difficult as long as we can we, are these public? Yeah, we can modify min and max. That shouldn't be too difficult. Let's make this mutable. And then we're gonna do focus rect minimum Y. We want to go 10 pixels up, and then max Y. We're gonna wanna go 20 this time. So that's the difference. And then maybe, just maybe, we can lerp these. If not, that's a bummer. No, there is no lerping. This is so annoying. Why is there's I love how there's like a regular polygon, but there's no lerping for rectangles. Or I guess this is glam, right? This is not Bevy. Good news, I bricked my Linux system. It do be like that sometimes. Never heard about lerp. It's lerp is linear interpolation, right? So like if you have a vector and you want to like linearly interpolate it to another vector, right? You can do this. And it's basically like transition from one vector onto the other. Yeah, so we're just gonna need to use vectors instead. It's gonna be rect from rect new. No. Is there no way to do like min max? Oh, this is gonna be from corners. Create a new rectangle from 2 corner points. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna do base rect min lerp focus rect min spring. And do the same for max for now. Oh, hold on. I used timeshift to go back and update. It reinstalled my bootloader, and now I can't even get into the boot menu to boot from a USB. Having a great evening. Yeah, hate when this happens. I'm struggling with learning math, interested in graphics, graphic programming. It's really, I think it's a really fun way of like learning math, because it's actually like practical, right? You get to do things that are immediately visible. Okay, look at this. So I guess we're gonna skip this thingy. I'm gonna figure it out in my own time, because I don't think it's interesting, and I don't think it's worth, you know, wasting time on a live stream for that. But it mostly works. We're just gonna have to add the little radius and make it morph nicely. Okay, let's comment these changes as well, because that's surface done. Hey, are you enjoying Rust? It is quite different from C#. Rust is the first language that like makes sense to me. And it's like you encounter like a weird choice that they made, and then you look up the reason they did this, and it makes sense like every single time. So I love it, is what I'm trying to say. I have like I'm not surprised at all why everybody's always like loving Rust and stuff.
Because with C# it's like, oh, you know, every single array is allocated on the heap. And it's like, why is that? I don't know, somebody made that decision. But then they realized that it was a bad decision and they added slices so that you can actually allocate on the stack. Because for some reason Microsoft really likes the idea of C# dominating, you know, game development with like sponsoring Godot and stuff like that. So it's like, it just feels like it's a language made for a different purpose, which is, you know, business applications that's trying to like fit something that it wasn't meant to do. The language is fun though. I like C#. I really like the syntax and stuff like that. I really enjoy writing Rust, to be honest. It feels like it always just works when once it compiles. Not done complex lifetimes or complex async, so those might suck. C# is coping hard right now. They're adding stack versions of everything with the extract keyword. Yeah, because it is sort of funny. I talked about this before, but it's like, you have this whole concept of a garbage collector. It's like, oh, you no longer need to worry about memory allocations. But then you know, start writing in Unity, and all of a sudden, most methods have like duplicate definitions. One that allocates memory and returns a new array, and one that doesn't allocate memory and takes a cached array to fill, right? And it's like, okay, so there is garbage collector that was meant to like make you not worry about it, but all of a sudden you need to worry about it because you need to know what it is and why it works this way and which function to use when. Or you can just not worry about that in C#, I guess, and then wonder why people always associate Unity with really bad performance in video games. Okay, this is gonna be surface. View transitions is what I would like to try and tackle now. So the idea is to have the view have some sort of interactivity option. We're probably just gonna implement it the way like visibility is implemented, so that it's inherited and there's a system responsible for inheriting it. I think that's gonna be good. Okay, do I want to do this in elements or do I have something better for it? Kind of want to do it in this file, but I have a feeling it's gonna grow out of proportions really quickly. Whatever, we're gonna refactor it. Is this on hot reload? Yes. I do have a little hot reload for the player controller and the UI currently. I have my other recompilation running in here. Running and failing right now because I have some trash code in here. And then it's picked up, you can see the logs here. It's picked up by this little library called hotlib reloader. It was really fun. Not fun, that's the wrong word. Works really nice, except the Bevy inspector EGUI sometimes crashes after the hot reload when I try to like inspect something after a hot reload. But other than that, very fun.
I don't know Rust can hot reload this good. Wait, I just realized Rust can do hot reloading. Yes, it can. It uses a dynamically linked library and just relinks it at runtime. Mr. Official, please check my latest, my last message. In a call with a friend who works on Bevy window and input related stuff, and he asked if there are any features you're missing after switching engines. There was something. But I don't remember. I'm sorry. No, I'm not missing anything. I remember doing something and it like wouldn't work. Or not even wouldn't work. I would just wish it was easier, but I don't know what it was. No, I don't miss anything. The Mojang guy said he picked Java for building Minecraft. One of the things they want is good hot reload, is what I heard. Like Marcus Persson, Notch? You mean the Mojang guy, or do you mean... Yeah, Notch, okay. Yeah, and I mean, look at Minecraft now, right? Sort of, like if you compare the performance of the Bedrock version versus the Java one. The game takes ages from start to entering a game. I would want hot reloading for that. But to be honest, I think when he started working on it, it was probably much faster. When it used to be like a Java applet, right, in a browser. In hindsight, Java was also insanely good move for modability. Oh, that's true. That is absolutely true. These languages are perfect for that. But you don't need to have the game written in that language, right? I'm pretty sure, isn't GTA 5 using C# for modding? Yeah, I don't think he was expecting the game to be one of the biggest game ever, yeah. Okay, what am I doing? Let's call it interactive. Right? Or interactivity. Oh man, naming things. Interactivity. Because there is in Bevy, it's what? Let me see. Visible. Is it just visible? Or is it visibility? It is visibility. And we have inherited, hidden, and visible. Okay. I wonder what system handles the update. I don't think it's generic though, but we can steal it. Because there is inherited visibility. Rust Analyzer, can you... Okay, thank you very much. Visibility propagate system. And then propagate recursive. And yeah, so pretty much what I would expect. a part of me thinks like, is it really necessary to have it this complex? Because technically, interactive elements could just reference the view and check it each time and not have this propagation system. Trying to think of a situation where we want to like disable only a part of the view. Yeah, we need that. Okay, we actually need that because this is gonna be like a nested thing. No, not you. Like this, everything inside of it, right? There's gonna be, its interactivity is gonna depend on which tab we are currently selecting. So so there is inheritance going on because we have the interactivity of the entire setting model, and then we have the interactivity of the specific tab. Oh well, so let's make a new module for that. Use Bevy, prelude. Hold on, let's add this in here. Hey Artificial, greetings from Russia. I want to say thank you for your top tier content and videos. They are at the highest level. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. There's more coming, fortunately. I had a little sparse period in my in my YouTube career, I guess, mostly because of, you know, working on other projects. But I now have a nice backlog of videos that I'm gonna be making. So hopefully it's gonna be less than a month between uploads from now on. What do we want? We want to create some enums struct. No, he says as he types struct public enum interactivity. Interactive, inherited, disabled. And then we're gonna have a little struct inter. What was the name for it? Inherited visibility. Okay, that's gonna be a mouthful. Inherited interactivity. Okay. And it's gonna be just a boolean. There is some component, reflection, the reference, mutable, the reference, maybe copy as well. And reflect the component so we can actually inspect it. Oh, and default. How could I forget? Default as well, and the default is gonna be inherited, obviously. Okay, propagate. Oh, look at it. It's trying to steal the names from the from the other file. That's interesting. Propagate interactivity propagate system, right? So this is gonna run. This is gonna run in fixed last, I guess, or maybe fixed post update can do, so that it runs after the input is handled. Okay, now we can steal all of this code. Nobody needs to know. Okay, now just let's make it our own, I guess. So this is gonna be interactivity. Could you share a little bit how you handle the hot reloading of Blender file? I don't do that. Bevy does this. So my Blender file lives here, right? We have like the playtest.blend, and that's a Blender file. And then I have a Blender crate that registers our asset processor for blend files, which converts them into a Bevy scene. And then that scene is saved as an actual imported asset here, right? So if I go here to the blend file, you can see that this is just the Bevy scene format. And because of that, you know, when I save a file in Blender, Bevy picks up that it has changed and runs my processor. So I don't need to handle that at all. It's magic as far as I'm concerned. Modprog, thank you for the raid. I think 1 AM is probably a good time to head to bed. Maybe. And the processor that reads the blend file is a library. No, actually, it's my own cursed creation. So what I do is I just run Blender in headless mode with a Python console. And then I just communicate with that Blender when processing things. So in my loader, I believe that's where I do it. Yeah, I get the process, and then I do, you know, a Python command for opening the file, a Python command for exporting to GLTF, and then I just convert the Blender file into GLTF using that. So this way I don't need to worry about, you know, the crate working correctly. That's responsible for parsing the Blender file. Least cursed script. Oh cool, as far as I know, Blender also have Python module build that can be imported into ordinary Python file. Possible. Could be true, could be true. We'll take notes. I will be making an in-depth video about this also, if you like, a shameless plug for my YouTube channel. Okay, interactivity, parent option children, inherited, interactivity, interactivity. You know what? I guess we could just do this. Okay. And now that's gonna be interactive. And that's gonna be disabled, and inherited stays the same. Oh, and they're using get and not the reference. Okay, we can do the same. Yeah, I like the get more as well. I think it's better than using the reference, because then you need to like the reference twice, which looks kind of weird. Interactivity, interactive, disabled. Okay. Oh, I came straight from their great quality videos. It's nice seeing more YouTubers using motion canvas as well. Yeah, that's absurd actually. I love that. My favorite thing is when like, hold on, I'm gonna gush about this for a second because I really like this. I added this silly little feature to the editor, right, which allows you to like modify the color, right? So you can say this is like red of the editor in like the settings. Really stupid feature, right? But like seeing people on the Discord server posting like screenshots and everybody's like using a different color is just so fun to see that people actually use that feature. Not only use that, they like seek it out, because it's not like it's documented anywhere. Okay, that's gonna be set. I wish we could have an iframe on the canvas. So the thing is, we will be gradually going away from web technologies. Like in version 4, we will be switching to Yoga layout instead of using the DOM, because the idea is to make it possible to render these things outside of the browser, because there's a lot of performance bottlenecks when trying to like render stuff in the browser. But I would highly recommend checking out Remotion, which lets you put whatever you can put on a website, you can put inside of Remotion and animate it. So it's definitely much better for that. Well, cool. I thought you'd just be stuck on the DOM browser forever. What do you mean? Don't you know this is like the whole reason I'm using Rust, so that we can rewrite motion canvas in Rust. Okay, is this gonna work? Is this everything we need? I guess we can change all of these names. Okay, visibility, that's gonna be interactivity. Okay, and then we can do the same with visible. Is interactive. Okay. Pretty sure there's no more viz. Yeah, okay, perfect. See, now that's just our code. We wrote that. This add systems. You cannot escape the inevitable rewrite it in Rust.
thought you would probably still use something like TS for the animations themselves. Rest compile times would be a bit annoying there. Yeah, absolutely. Motion canvas is like the perfect example of where TypeScript is really, really, really good. I would never switch away from that. Not only you have TypeScript, you also have JSX, which is just beautiful, and then you have all of the other packages. If we were to like ever rewrite Motion Canvas in Rust, which I'm not officially saying is gonna happen, it would probably use TypeScript bindings from like Deno or Deno. I never know how to pronounce that, because they have like a ready crate to integrate with V8. So that's how it would work, right? You still write your code in TypeScript. Okay, what was I doing? Hold on. We have the interactivity propagation system. That's cool. Okay, we need to understand how it works though. We can't just copy the code, because here's the problem. We're iterating over changed interactivity with inherited interactivity. Okay, and then we do for child in children propagate recursive for that child. Inherited interactivity. Yeah, okay, so there's the problem, right? Because it expects every child in the hierarchy, every descendant in the tree hierarchy to have these components. Well, okay, I guess we're gonna have to make sure that they have them. It's kind of like visibility bundle, right? It's gonna be inheritance bundle. I guess that would be the way to go. Oh, in the interactivity bundle, not inheritance bundle. Inherited interactivity. Okay, did we add this to the plugins? Yeah, okay. Okay, now we can go to the button and stuff like that and expand the bundle. Button bundle, yeah. Have a spatial bundle. Let's see, visibility, inherited visibility, view visibility. What is this? What are you? Algorithmically computed indication of whether an entity is visible and should be extracted for rendering. Oh, that's interesting. Later in the frame, systems and check visibility will mark any visible entities. Ooh. Oh, that's good to know. That's interesting. Okay, so I'm thinking about replacing it, or maybe not. Let's just add this for now.
Okay, so that's the button. Surface could probably use that as well. Tab as well. Probably everything. Is there a text bundle? Oh, there is. Okay. I'm not rendering any text just yet, so yeah, all of this should be public probably. Although I guess we have like constructor functions for the other bundles. We can go to the view, which doesn't have its own module just yet. Let's make a view bundle. Okay, because currently I'm sort of creating it here. It could be nice to have a bundle for that. And then we can implement it. Except for the view, which is gonna be volume.into. Right? Okay. We can use it here. View bundle, new. Oh, we can leave the name. What else do we instantiate here? Tab bundle. Oh yeah, tab group bundle is gonna require the interactivity thingy. And then the surface bundle has it already, right? Okay, so it's just the tab group bundle. Okay, question is, interactivity propagates system. How does it find the first one? Entity interactivity parent. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, I see. Wait, do I? I don't understand this. Fallback to true if no parent is found or parent lacks components. But then, what's the point of propagating it recursively if this query runs for like everything? I sort of expected it to have like no parent, right? Like be without, like here, so that it only runs for like the top level nodes. This is weird. Because this loop is gonna run for like every every entity that has interactivity with inherited activity, change interactivity. Oh, okay, I get this now. Because it's only when it changes. Interesting. Why default for each property and not just one default? If you do this, right, what's gonna happen, and I know because I tried it, it's gonna call the default implementation. So like, okay, that's a bad example because it's not the default implementation, but it's gonna recursively call the same function, and you're just gonna crash your program. So hold on, because I'm thinking, see, because like here I'm implementing default. So if I were to call the default here, this would invoke itself forever. But yeah, in something like new, you could do that. But here I guess you refer to that, right? This could be like that, assuming that the view bundle has a default, but it cannot have a default. Oh no, it can. Hold on. Also, this is a bundle. There is no comma at the end. Bevy's prelude exports default. I know, but I like this one. I'm aware of that. I'm just like used to typing this. The issues with ordering, you would need multiple passes to propagate deep hierarchy. Well, not necessarily, because you will propagate recursively all of the children. But it does. You are kind of right, because this in order to work in the first frame, this assumes that the parent has already been recomputed. So I guess if on a rare instance you change both the parent and the child, and then the child happens to be first in the query, it will be one frame behind, but it seems like it would be really unlikely to happen. Critical hit chance, welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like that and, keep that in the back of my head in case it starts causing issues. Yeah, and I guess, could I do it here? No, I cannot, because the tab group doesn't have a default. So here it's impossible to do. Okay, we have the interactivity. Maybe things are even compiling. They are, okay. We do need to restart the game though. Okay, so I'm gonna go on a little break, actually, because it's been 3 hours. So see you in
Yo, what's up? A long time no see. Yeah. It compiled, so there's that. And now we can check if the inheritance hierarchy is doing something. So settings, the container itself has interactivity. And that's true. Okay, let's just open up everything so we can nicely inspect this. Oh, so this is inherited visibility. Hold on, that's gonna mess me up. Would be nice if it opened the same components, no matter the entity that you're inspecting, kind of like Unity. Okay, so now technically, if we go here, set it to disabled, that's gonna set this to false, and then all of them are set to false, unless we override that with interactive. Okay. And then we can disable the entire view. Overwrite it. Okay, everything works. Stolen code works the best, like they say. So now we're just gonna need some form of a state machine for the menu. Or something like that, right? Because, no, not you, hold on. Clearly, we have like the menu, we have the settings, we have the save selection, which is really dark. Why really dark like this? Okay. And then we have like an asset thingy inside of it. Let me think. So it is pretty obvious that we're gonna need those entities. And like access them from within other systems, I think. So we could do something silly like checking which view is which by like, I don't know, the name. But it would be lovely to just have a resource that stores these. Okay, so let's go to the main menu and do all public enum main menu. Let's call it UI for now. Maybe main menu views. And we're gonna do initial
uninitialized, if I could spell that, and then like ready or whatever. And then we could have like the menu, which is an entity. Settings, which is also an entity, and then saves for now. Okay, so we're gonna use that for initialization in general. Gonna derive some resource. Initialize the resource. And let's add a default in here. And now we just need to put all of this together, right? So we probably don't want to use focus in here. And the ready. And we're just gonna make this a function that returns an entity. I'm gonna return settings. Right, and then we're gonna do the same thing for spawn menu UI. I'm just gonna go in here, make all spawn UI before we proceed, and we're gonna take the mutable reference to the views. Now we're gonna, initialize it here. It's gonna be menu. Hi, glad to see you back doing devlogs. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I'm also glad to be back. And then we're gonna have to figure out how to focus the default element as well. But I guess that could be a component. Spawn. Yeah, you know what? Let's not add the saves just yet, because there's just a lot of boilerplate that we don't really need right now. Okay, so spawn menu UI also is gonna only take commands. It's gonna return an entity. None of this is necessary. And then we're gonna return what? We're gonna return main menu as the entity. So now we only run spawn UI. We don't need this. Okay. And what's your problem? Should be mutable. Okay, and you probably shouldn't consume my commands. So just take a mutable reference and give it a mutable reference. If ready, we want to return anyway. Oh wait, actually no. If we aren't ready, we're gonna uninitialize the views just for the sake of hot reloading. Okay, focus is still not necessary. Okay, we have something. Something somewhere. Okay, what's the matter? Oh, this could just be this, right? This doesn't have to be mutable. This is already a reference. Are you using some engine or is it completely your own? It's Bevy. Bevy is the engine. It's one of the most popular engines in Rust, if not the most popular. Okay, so now we're gonna spawn both of them. We are using a view bundle here, but we're not using it here. So let's fix that mistake. And also, is a special bundle. By default, visibility is inherited. Not visibility, interactivity, and we probably want to make it disabled by default. The CR framework is so much to understand. Yeah, but I wrote it, so you know, it's not that big of a deal to understand it for me. Okay, when we spawn the entities, we probably want to start with interactivity disabled, or maybe not. Let's figure out how to make them toggle between, I guess. We could use enums though. Using names would be weird, but using enums is not that big of a issue. Oh, and then we could store, each view could like use a different enum, and then we could nicely compare them. Oh wait, the UI is entirely your own architecture. I thought a lot of it comes from Bevy. No, Bevy, you know, the ECS comes from Bevy, so exponing the entities and components. And they have their own UI implementation. I'm just not using it. Yeah, okay, that would be much better actually if we do this that way. So that's a component now, and then here we're just gonna have, you know, menu and settings. Register the type. And maybe rename it to view singular. Oh yeah, that's much better. And then we can retain these systems. Let's undo all of this. Let's keep them separate for now. Okay, that's what I want. Update views. This needs to be a view bundle again. And now we can do this menu. Why is it views? Oh, it undo the refactoring. That's interesting. My menu view menu. And then you, sir, are a settings. I'm gonna make a resource like this that's gonna contain the main menu view. I'm gonna add a default. Default is gonna be the main menu. And now this is not an enum, this is a struct, and we're gonna initialize this as a resource. This is gonna keep track of which is the current menu being picked. And now we can do some nice systems that operate on that. So let's handle menu events, I guess. Let's take an event reader in here, and that's gonna be main menu event. Now for each event, what's wrong with the reflection here? Oh, default. Default for what? Hold on. Oh, for this. Okay. I'm gonna match the event. And we're gonna take the resource as mutable, current view. Rust analyzer, why are you indexing something? I've literally done nothing to prompt this. Okay, so if we press start, we don't know what to do just yet. there is no view for that. But if we press on options, we can do this little. You know what it could be? This could be a state in Bevy. I think we can try to refactor it later. Since it's just a resource, could be a state. I wonder if we could make something into both a state and a component on like a separate basis. So that we don't need to like redeclare the menu and settings, but use it as a component ID and then as a state for the state machine. Anyway, what are we doing? Current view. Current view is now gonna be main menu options. No, not main menu event. Settings. So I hate how these are called settings, but this is called options. I'm gonna have to change it later. Okay, this can just do nothing for now. Let's make it this way. Set the value. No, what are you doing? Let's also get the value. You can change it now too. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I feel like maybe the stream is a bit behind. Okay, handle menu event. Add systems. Let's make it in post update for now. Settings options. Oh yeah, I mean, I know. That's true. That's a fair point. So it is settings on the mockup. I guess I'm gonna stick with settings then. Okay, handle menu event, and then query. We're gonna query all of the views. So here's what we need. We're gonna need a reference to the main menu view, and then we're gonna need a mutable reference to interactivity. And I guess we can also get a reference to visibility and change it as well for now. Although the reason we have these separate is because we will want to have some like transition animations. So the interactivity will need to be disabled immediately, but visibility will have to stay for a little longer. That's gonna be with a view. Okay, so now active is gonna be equal to current view, get is equal to view. And for that we probably need some equality implementation, right? Okay, and then just interactivity set. Is there no set on interactivity? Oh wait, that's an enum. I wonder if there's like an implementation for that to make it easier. No, I guess it wouldn't make sense to like cast a bool into visibility and interactivity, because it's going to be interpreted differently. So if active, we want to inherit, otherwise we want to disable. Okay, what's the... Oh, it's a duplicated name. Okay, and what's that? Okay, no, the reference. Now we can run it afterwards, double chain. So it happens after the events are handled, and we should be almost good to go. What's the matter here? I cannot copy that. I have absolutely no idea what you are doing, but it's nice to have you coding as a background sound while I code. I don't feel like I'm on The Office. Yeah, a lot of people do that. That's true, that's true. Okay, let me think. If we're gonna make the menu the default, and then... Although that would be an interesting setup for an office, now that I think of it. Imagine having like a coworker that like constantly talks about what they're doing. It's kind of crazy. Menu is gonna be the default. We're gonna update the interactivity. But we probably only want to update it at the very beginning. My ADHD ass would love that coworker. Okay. Okay, we only want to do that if the current view has changed. And then the only problem is initialization. I guess we do have access to this resource, so we can probably just use it here. We could do a little value and then active. Maybe no, maybe let's not do that. Maybe let's think about this a little longer. Update interactivity. Also, Mercy Gray 98 and Amperil, thank you for the subs. I am that coworker. Okay, when we insert these components initially, I don't think there's a way to check that. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna have this run always and not care about it. Leave it for future me. So here's what's gonna happen, and it's gonna work immediately first time, as always. We're gonna start the game. It will start with only the main menu being visible, and then pressing the settings button is gonna open the settings. I'm calling it right now. Everything is compiling. Let's see. The classic future me, mine's begging for mercy at this point. Okay, almost. It almost worked. Oh no, hold on. It didn't count. It didn't count. Hold on. Where is it? I know what happened. This is uncommented for some reason. And this is settings. And this is menu. Okay, so I don't know why. Why is this not working though? Yeah, that should work. Main menu view, interactivity, visibility with view. Interesting. Okay, it's not gonna work first time. I'm afraid we need to debug this. But interestingly enough, the menu... Oh no, the menu is also visible. Okay, that's weird. What's going on here? Oh, we don't have that registered. Hold on. what's that? I didn't copy it. Okay. Let's make it so that we can inspect this and see what's going on inside. Oh, here it is. So the current one is menu. Let's check it, change this to setting. Oh, I'm stupid. Now we can look at this. I'm hovering over the menu and it works. And then I'm switching to settings and it still works. I know why. Because we're not using this information for like anything. So like the main menu here has its interactivity enabled, and this one has its interactivity disabled, but like it doesn't affect the program in any way, shape or form. And then when I change it, it switches to enabled. So that works. We just need to make it happen. So technically it worked first time. Just wanted to put it out there. Okay, we can actually have it run constantly and just see. Let's start with visibility, because that should be easy. Elements, we need some, what's your problem? Are never red. They are though. So we probably gonna wanna have some visibility in here. Or I guess inherited visibility. Can I do this? I don't think so. So now we have visible, and then if it's not visible, we're just gonna continue, at least for now. Oh, it's not the reference, it's get. Okay, that's cool. And here we go. Now there is no settings menu visible. Now interactivity. So I definitely don't want to change focus to something else. What have I just said? No, that's not what I wanted to say. We don't want to change focus to another entity without checking if this entity is actually interactive. Maybe focus should be an event. Yeah, we could do that. We already have a focus. We already have a focus entity here. But maybe let's call it navigate, so that we know that this may possibly result in changing the focus, but it doesn't have to. Then we're just gonna do this. Artificial, I just rewatched the old devlogs and you have my respect. I love the feature and it was also elegantly implemented. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Right, so now navigation is not gonna happen. Yeah, and that should be the way to go. We just shouldn't, we should never set the focused state without checking if it's actually possible to do that. So yeah, let's see, focus element, update button. Okay, no, that's just a resource. That's okay. We're only looking for mutable resources. It's a resource. Spawn menu UI. Probably shouldn't use that as well. Instead just take the reader. Oh, not even the reader, a writer. You're just gonna send the event for the start button to be focused. Okay, and then this also should not be mutated. Like this. Little writer, okay. Oh, there's already a writer, all right. So that's just gonna work. Okay, and now we have the navigation plugin in here. I'm gonna update navigation in here. So, event reader for the UI event. And also a query for the actual entities. So inherited interactivity. Yeah, I guess that's it. We can only query for that. You are mutable, and then if UI event navigate entity is equal to the event, we're gonna wanna check if the query get entity so that's if let. If query get entity get, we probably need an implementation for that because we don't, oh, we do have that, okay. Okay, so only if we are interactable, we're gonna mutate the focus resource. Oh, we need to, okay, map. And then do this. And then unwrap our default, I guess. So it's gonna give us false in case there is no entity like that. Okay, update navigation. We're gonna need some proper system sets because I'm already lost in the execution order. Because the UI event is gonna be triggered when? Probably in normal update. Maybe, I don't actually remember. Yeah, in normal update. So we do that in fixed update and hope that it's gonna work, I guess. I mean, it's gonna work regardless. Just there's gonna be 1 frame delays between stuff. Okay, we are in the menu. Hovering over the settings or where they're supposed to be is not like stealing my focus or anything. And then using options is switching us to the settings. Would you look at that? That is just beautiful. We do have accept and cancel already implemented, so that's cool. We just need to listen for them and write them where adequate. So I guess we already have a system for that because we do have update interactions, which already like listens for the input. And it already has the writer, so I guess we can just translate it nicely to events here. Or do we need this actually? I don't think so. Not yet. I can just go to the main menu and implement it here. input state, current main menu view, I guess. Yeah, that definitely needs to be a state. Let's add it here so I don't forget. Where were we? Main menu, update navigation, input view. That's a resource. That's a mutable resource even, one could say. Now we're gonna do if input cancel pressed. Gonna match the view. Gonna do nothing in the main menu, but if we are in the settings, gonna go back to menu. So that should give us a simple transitioning. What are you working on right now? UI. Making a little main menu and settings currently. And the transitions between them. Okay, so options going back doesn't work, but it may be because there is no key binding assigned to that. No, there is key code. Oh, okay, I remember. This needs to run in fixed update. I think we're gonna go back to having UI events for like cancel and accept, because having to register it in a separate schedule is kind of, well, not the best. I just spent 4 hours working on an attribute, waste of time, but feels accomplishing. Like a macro attribute? Or you mean something else? Oh, Unity attribute. Yeah, they're cool. Lots of things that you can do with them. Okay, going to options, going back. Perfect. So now we can do one more cool thing. So you can see if I relaunch the game, take my mouse away, nothing is selected right now, and I don't like that. I would like to, you know, have something selected always like this. So what we're gonna do, so we're gonna make a new component for like the default element that should be selected if nothing else is selected. Spring plugin navigation elements. Is it in navigation? Hold on. I'm going crazy. Yeah, there's a focused element. Okay, so we're gonna make a little component called default focus. Oh wait, no, it's just a component, nothing else. Okay, and then if focused is none, I think it would be cool if you don't press anything, nothing is selected, and if you move your gamepad, then it automatically selects the first options. But I don't like that. I really don't like when this happens in video games. I've been playing Rain World recently, and it does exactly that. When you like go to sleep, it shows like a menu with 2 buttons, like continue and go back to main menu, and like none of them is selected, and you need to move your joystick, and it's like, why? Something could be selected by default. That's my controversial take. Okay, so if nothing is selected, we're gonna need another query here with our focused default focus. We need an entity, a default focus, and in... Oh, we don't even need interactivity here. Oh no, we do. Never mind. Of course we do. Inherited interactivity. Okay. And then we need to find something. Oh, this isn't necessary. This could be a with. Interactivity. And then interactivity. What do we want to find? Interactivity dot get. Will this work? What does it return? Is it a sum? Yes, an option. So then we want to map. Now it's gonna be an option of entity, right? What's wrong? Oh, hold on. Okay, option entity, and that's exactly what the focus needs, right? Okay, now final thing, we're gonna go to the spawn main menu and add this component to the start button. The player starts the game, clicks, and something happens already. Seems kind of engaging into, but that probably depends for what audience you're going. Yeah, you start the game, you press A, and you start the game. Like something already happens when you press a button. Okay, here we go. We should also probably adjust the spring so that it doesn't spring immediately. But other than that, we have our menu, we have our options. Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, we lose the. Hold on, we lose the focus when we come back. That's kind of interesting. Oh, that looks good. It's not finished yet, but thank you. Here's the finished mockup. Hopefully, that's how it's gonna look like. Okay, it is kind of weird that we lose the focus over there. Let's see. Resources, focused element. So currently the focus element is options, and then we hit enter, and it's still options. Okay, and then we press escape, and now it works. Oh, I hate that. Oh wait, if I go here and I do this, oh okay, it focuses on the tabs, which it probably shouldn't. I see, but it doesn't really matter because we will be changing the focus when we switch to the settings. So regardless, we're gonna need to go to the main menu. And then in here, we're gonna make a writer, event writer for UI. Or maybe not even that, actually. We can take a reference to the focused thingy. And then whenever we do a view transition, we're just gonna reset the focus. If I could do that, if there is a reference. Which there should be, yeah, there is. Yeah, and so we will see what happens when we do that. Will it be animated splash screen in the background on the main menu, or the stable one, or just gameplay in the back? So this is a parallax. The camera is gonna be moving, so you can see the parallax, and it's gonna change to reflect where you are in the story. So like depending on what area you're in, there's a different palette for each area with like a different theme color, and that color is gonna be also affecting the menu. This is my current vision. Okay, let's try this now. Yeah, okay, and then okay, no, we cannot do that. Because we want to go back to the option. So we'll need to figure this out eventually. Okay, but it's gonna have to do for today. Gonna slowly close the stream. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. The next live stream is gonna be 2 days from now, I think. I'm gonna try to finish the UI, not completely finish, but get it to a state where we can, go back to working on the game, because we shouldn't spend too much time on the UI tangent. So we're gonna be going back to gameplay elements, fixing them up, and preparing for the next playtest, which is puzzle based. And then maybe we also need to take care of like damage systems, because currently there's only one type of damage, but we need more variety in that section. Okay, so again, thank you everybody so much for tuning in. Good luck with your work, projects, stuff like that, and I'll see you soon.